was having a moment. I was getting a little panicky. YouTube was like, let's not connect your stream. Let's not connect. Why bother? Now you scheduled it. But that's just the way she goes, boys. Happy Saturday, everybody. Welcome to another fun-filled adventure. Some Duke Nukem. A little bit of level editing. You know, all that fun stuff. All that fun stuff. So, welcome one and all. This lovely little stream. Where I adventure through some Duke Nukem 3D user content. Photo conversions, maps, levels, whatever you want. It's a grab bag of sorts. See what I did there? Plus do some level editing using Master 32. Which, if you don't know what Master 32 is, why don't I show you? Though most people here might be familiar with it. But once in a while we get new people, which is technically the purpose of the channel, so. This is Mapster 32. This is Mapster 32. Not me. For me. But this is Mapster 32, and this is the project little experience we've been working on here. I'll let stream catch up here. And this is a little snippet of the... This is a test area. This is my little experimenting area I kind of built up here for props. So I am storing some stuff like ladders here. This is an out-of-date ladder, actually. We have a newer version of it. And currently I'm working on the turret. So for people unfamiliar, I'm recreating Time to Kill. The PS1 Duke Nukem game. I'm recreating just the first level, because I thought it would be easy, and that was a lie. Though granted, maybe I'm going overkill in some areas, so that's my fault. So in Duke Nukem Time to Kill, there is a turret that there's two actually in the first level that just shoots, and Duke Nukem does have a turret. Right, so if well, let me place a turret in from Ohio, USA today. Just gone to 1 p.m. Wherever we're in the same time zone. Wow. What's your time zone normally? But so let me describe a problem we were having, and then I'll place a regular old turret here. So here's a regular turret. So this is a turret in Duke Nukem 3D. It will follow the player. It will shoot. Now, I might end up just default by that. At 5 p.m. Oh my god. That's the time difference. I've always tried to figure out a good time for people, because I do have people that come from all over. And it's very hard to find a good time. JC Denton has released his first month. Man, that feels like I didn't know it just happened. Yes, where can we find it? And I might settle for this, by the way. So I might give up what I'm working on here. But in the meantime, this is my temporary turret. Ignore how it looks. It looks nothing like the original Time to Kill turret. In fact, the original Time to Kill turret kind of looks like this. I drew a little sketch just in case I eventually want to make it more lore accurate. If this works. So far, there's a big if here. So what I wanted to do here, because I want it to be slightly more visually accurate. JC Denton says weather report. You can find it on eDuke or forum on ModDB. Second report. there's the mod DB link for in chat. There's the mod DB. I didn't know that was out. Okay, I'll save that. So I'll probably do this next week actually for that, because I've been watching you build that for a while. Little slums classic. I should have done that. I should just try to make it classic Duke Math instead of just trying to do weird things all the time. It's my own fault. So here is the wild creation that I've come up with. I want it to, so if we can make it look more visually accurate to the original, which to be fair, don't think that will be that difficult, making it look okay. The problem is, how do I want it to function? So the traditional Duke Nukem turret just follows me around, shoots once every 5 seconds. Well, this is meant to be kind of like a Gatling gun, right? So I want it a little bit more. I want more firepower. So we started building this shooter contraption. We actually did this a couple weeks ago, but I've gone back and remodified it. One of the complaints I had is the default shooter mechanism that you put into these levels just shoots every 5 seconds. I want it to feel more like a Gatling gun. So I was overcomplicating it. I was thinking pistons to activate buttons that would reshoot the thing, which granted probably would still work. I think it still could work. But instead, when I was asking him, like, oh, another way, on Discord, CK3D mentioned a very different way. Again, a little bit more complicated, not saying it's wrong. And I was all in on doing that. And then, I think it was good old WG. I'm pretty sure he mentioned just put a lot of them, spread them out. I'm like, why am I doing that? So that's what this is. So what does this mean? What does this mean? And then I'll explain why I did it this way. It's not done. I still don't think it might work for this, so I might abandon this idea. But so this long corridor, when I hit this, boom, that's my little trip set. It activate. Now I'm gonna have this set up in a different way. It's gonna for that one. That one wants to shoot me. It's gonna automatically shoot down this corridor, which is going into a silent teleporter, which would then teleport. Anyways, this is how the regular turret works, since it's trying to kill me right now. So this shooter teleports out here and would teleport out of the gun. And in my mind, what I would do here is I would have it so my charging. So I would have it where if you blew this guy up, okay? So if you didn't know,
what are you waiting for? Christmas?
There are times I've used multiple shooters in my target machines for timing purposes. They all trigger at the same time, but are at different distances. Yeah. And I was watching a High Treason's, like, one of his logic videos. I don't know if that's the right term for the thing, but his crazy, incredible machines he builds to make stuff function. And I was trying to think if I could do that, and above my pay grade at the time. So far I thought of this. And my thought process would be, let's again pretend this was a turret. You could blow this turret up. When you blew that turret up, it would then trigger, I don't know how I'm going to do it. And again, I might not be able to. It would trigger a door to drop on that teleport so that it would stop firing. Like the bullets would stop coming out. And then the turret would be deactivated. Now, that's fun in games, right? That's all fun in games. But that's still not perfect. It looks visually weird. Because it's coming a little too random here. So that was an unexpected thing. Maybe I could fix that if I shrink the sector it's in. I don't know if that would hone in where it's coming out. Or maybe I have to do that on the teleporter side. I don't know if it matters. Or if it's maybe just set to just teleport out of a flat 40 hits or whatever you want to call it. But if you blew that up, it would drop a door in front of the teleporter so bullets would stop coming out. But we have two turrets, so I was hoping to make one mechanism that would just work for both, but I don't know if I'll be able to. But another thing I was thinking about doing was making it on a swing door so that the turret itself would move back and forth. Now, the downside is I don't think that's going to work either, because before stream, I did make a rotating sector just as a fun experiment, just to see what would happen if I put this in a rotating sector, and would that impact the firing, because I would like it to go in kind of like a wave effect, the shooter, and that is not working. That does not impact the teleport at all. So my plan is falling apart. Jesus, don't do that. Break your nose one day. So that's what I'm thinking about. It just doesn't work. It's not working.
Anybody's.
Well, no, I just mean because you're right behind me and I don't see you. Oh. Okay. But that's not working. That's not working at all. Oh, that's true. But that's not how you break a nose. You don't break a nose by poking somebody.
What?
You break an eye that way. It's true. So that doesn't work. So my plan doesn't work. So we might end up just settling for just a Duke Nukem turret. The ninja striked again. Yes. I just wanted to be a ninja. Oh, so this is like, so this is a turret, right? This is my pretend turret, and this would be the wait, but this is part of it. So this would be the top part, right? On this, and then when you blow it up, you would then see this, which is wires. What it is in the game is it's a whip. Yeah, it's in like some BDSM area that you can find. Yeah, in the actual Duke Nukem game. I was messing around with rotating sprites using sectors. It only works if sectors have relative alignment on or off. Well, so I can rotate the sector. That's okay. I mean, sorry, the sprites within the sector, but the sprite, the rotating sector doesn't impact the teleporter. So it doesn't seem to impact the direction. I wish I had the rotating thing you should see. So it still fires completely straight. It doesn't matter. It seems to not matter.
Is
so
that you?
so that's the difficulties of what I've been working on here. But we're gonna deal with this later. We're gonna deal with this after boxes and doors. We're doing. What is that?
I don't know. It's what happened in the fucking video.
Oh yeah, it has like focusing issues. So here's the README for boxes and doors, which simply says where to get boxes and doors. There you go. Yeah. What is a README?
Yeah.
It's like it's where you might find installation instructions. Sometimes it'll also have plot, like if there's a story to it. So for user levels, that's what you would find. It would say like, oh, this is a single player map or multiplayer map. Smart maybe. It's same thing. It's like technical stuff. It still might have stuff from the manual that would come in the box, just in the README in type form, so you could print it out. Like tips and tricks. It just depends on the game. So usually you don't need it. The reason I read it for this is like it's like credits, so it's good advertising. Plus, it also will mention sometimes the prior maps they've made, and so then I now know what other maps. But anyways, box and doors. I do. Oh, I think this. Oh, the heart. Look at that.
That's what I do.
And Daniel's here, by the way. Hi, Daniel. He's the one who made this.
Wait.
Point out about BD3 unless you read the review. I didn't read the review. No, I did not. There are a few places you will not be able to access. They will be accessible in BD4 just to spare you some confusion. With me. I can't see you yet. There's no camera on screen.
They say hi, so
Okay, so let me just. I had to download a whole brand new version of Eduke, by the way. Last week's does sunshine. Yeah. Sunshine episode. It completely broke my Eduke, no matter what I did. So I had to download a new version. What is it? What is full screen?
it sounds
19,
stupid.
20, 10. I still want 1080. I think that's what I want. Yeah, that looks right. I think. Let's make sure. Window mode, no. Color correction, no. Head setup, crosshair, no. All stats, wait.
Yeah. Safety always off.
What is that from? Oh, Trailer Park Boys. It's like a cartoon character, and I like it's the way he talks.
Oh my gosh! What the heck was that?
God, I tried fixing my headphones this morning. Did not go well. I was gonna rewire them.
Just get
I-
$5 headphones.
Eventually, I will. That's a next week problem. All right, sounds okay. Order is 4:45.
Okay.
I'll survive.
Okay.
Have fun. Hello, everybody. Yeah, set up here. I have a dinner obligation. Go get some food. At this event. Like, it sucked because I even looked at it, the stream before it broke, and I was like, you know, looks like it's a little crimped. Looks like it's gonna break. I should probably put some electrical tape on that. You know, strengthen it up a little bit so that doesn't happen. Happened. Okay, so there's a section that you left in from Boxes and Doors 4, which is currently not out. I played Boxes and Doors 1 and 2, by the way, previous on the stream, which you can go find in the playlist for this stuff. SmartMe would post a link to it. Now, because I only have currently one headphone, I'm using too many USB ports to use my other headphones. I might suck because I can't hear which directions things are coming properly. That's my excuse for playing badly. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. But when I opened this guy up, I don't know what they did. It's like they put cotton in there or something. Like there's just, it looked weird. Granted, I have no idea what I'm doing. I just know how to do a very simple. So here's Boxes and Doors 3. 2 secrets. What music do we want for Boxes and Doors? What's up, Boxes? We're in space. Sure. Well, if you're new here, should probably like and subscribe. YouTube tells me to tell people that. So I'm anticipating boxes and maybe some doors. Look, already have boxes and doors. So this is as far as I got when I was taking screenshots. So this is as far of a spoiler as I have gotten. This is not me necessarily nitpicking, but since the whole purpose of this is me just looking around for inspiration stuff. Little shade. Why that's like that? It's because of the way the lighting is. And it messes up. Do you have it so this changes, or is this fixed? It's this one that's throwing me off. Little shade. Who's shooting me? I hear doors. That's probably this guy. I did see these. These are looking nice. I like the I just like this visual. I also like these windows, hence why I took a picture of it. Oh. Oh, you do have new art. You do have new art, so I'm guessing that's what that is, because that's definitely new. But actually, that looks really nice. That outdoor formation looks pretty smooth. Don't want to go in that water just yet. I know this. I don't know if I can get in there yet. I can. Looks like that might be a shortcut that we can abuse later. Wait, this is kind of made it look like it was almost reflective, just the way that was lit. I like this. I like machinery. Oh, I should probably say from time to time, somebody who's been playing Duke Nukem for over 74 streams, think they would know that. But maybe one day I'll stream that many times, and I'll definitely know what I'm doing by then. I like that. I like that beer bottle there too. That's just fun. People make so much fun machinery. Like, it's just simple rotating sectors. Oh, look at that floating debris. I love that. I think the first time I visually saw that, I'm not saying it's the first time a map's ever done it, but was shaky ground. Shaky. And that was pretty impressive. Let's close that. Let's close that for now, actually. I want to explore up here before I go down there. So we got this. We got this room here. That was cool. So is this... I'm assuming... Did you do this because is it slightly like maybe sloped? I'm going to have to do something with raising water soon, so it's kind of cool. But I like that effect. That little pooling effect. That was nice. I don't remember if Duke Nukem 64 felt it was hard, especially with the new weapons. I don't actually, to be honest, I don't even think I've ever played through Duke Nukem 64 like fully. Like little bits and pieces. So we can blow up this here, which I will do. I don't know if that will be important. There's a little fire here. Okay. Excuse me. A bit of fire back there. Let's see if there's anything we can see here. I think that might be important. I think I was actually supposed to probably shoot that. Maybe I'll come through the waterway here and pop out and come out there. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what about. We'll find out. Nice camera angles. Thank you. So far, they're pretty good enemy spawns here. It's weird. It's like, so far I feel like I can acknowledge when there's good enemy placement and good spawn-ins, or at least what I feel. But I don't know if I could, so far, mechanically think of it myself. Like if I was making my own map, not mimicking right now Time to Kill, for example, where I'm enemy placement and all that. Always love stuff like this. But I don't know if I could conceptually be like, this is going to be good to put these enemies here, and these are going to spawn in at this point in time when you enter. I don't know if I'm going to ever get good at that. Okay, so that opens that. There sure are some boxes here.
I'll deal with this in a minute. Yep, that's what I wanted.
Not that I knew that was there, but I knew I wanted something. Save. Okay. Feel good. Feel okay about this. That was nice. I like that little shelf being carved out. Good use of... Yeah? Good use of like a pre-existing asset and then cutting into it to make it something else. Like, I guess it's still the same thing. It's a shelf, but just a bunch of sliding doors, dragging, stretching, a water sector. Oh, that's pretty inventive. I like these. Okay, so now we have the waterway and we have this. I love the use of shadowing here for stuff like this. This like long shadow. It's fun. I remember liking the shadow on the last map too. That's a waste of shotgun ammo. I don't know why I'm doing that. The one secret that throws me off is there's like one texture that people tend to use for like a breakable vent. Always like this is a nice touch to the shadowing. Though, do these break? Okay, these don't break. That's good. And some people use it as a breakable, and it always throws me off. Well, he's eternal. He never dies. Yep. He's always there. It's that texture, by the way. That's the one I'm thinking of. What I expected to happen, I just really wanted to jump into that. Felt like a little kid putting their finger in a socket. Shouldn't. Probably deep down know it. They do it anyways. I like this though. This is nice. Even you see, even stuff like this, where you go from like a regular vent shaft. This whole thing could be a regular vent shaft, but then you have like a little cutaway where there's a slightly different design aspect. Got the little character. Okay, let's not do that. Love the cobweb. I'm being hurt right here. Oh. That was not what I expected to happen. Love it. Really like these like little light things added. I think that just the addition of vines. I swear Duke Nukem should have by default had a tile that had vines that you could place over stuff for a transition effect, or not these vines, like goo, whatever you want, the alien stuff. And I've seen a few. I think there was a Duke episode in Duke Hard that did that, where they carved it out. Like that though. I put electrical cord for the Atari 7800 in my mouth when I was a kid. I had forgotten it was plugged in. I don't know why YouTube's like, you can't show that. That seems like a good safety message. While YouTube blocked it, I won't. I'll let the world know. And I love being able to see into future areas as well, or in this case, an area I'm about to go into. I have no idea where I am. Conceptually, I feel like I'm missing a whole section. Okay. So that opens that. Hi everyone, love the map so far. Glad you do. Looks great. I learned nothing as a teenager. Me and my friend had a bet, which involved putting the phone cord on our tongues while the other dialed the line. Tongue muscle contract with the ring pulse. That's interesting. You did learn something in that case. Red door for the force field and that for the button. I feel like all kids have done the battery thing. Take a D-bolt battery and stick that on your tongue. Give yourself a little. And some ominous music here. Oh, actually, I want this ammo. I feel like I'll need it. Okay, not sure how I'm going to deal with this problem. But we will find a way. Do they? So I will say I did download. I mentioned that I had to download a different version of eDuke because of last week. I wonder if that's related. So this is currently the. You're right. This looks like it's probably wrong. This looks like it got rotated. Maybe. So I got. Oh, I should point out. So my download link for this is from the MSDN site. And the eDuke version I'm running is the April 11th, 2024 build, which is, I think, currently the most recent build that you can get. It's because I had to download a new version. Because of last week's map. Or not so... I imagined. Yeah, they definitely look something supposed to be rotated. That's what it looks like. So using that information, the April 11th, 2024 build, and my link is, my download is from MSDN. I downloaded it yesterday. One of those two things might be the cause of all our problems. I see him wandering around up there. I'm wondering if I want to go back right now. I want to go back. I don't think I can. That's the problem. Can I jump back there? I don't think I can. Because I want to trek out that waterway. I can always do it maybe on the way back. Maybe if it links up, I imagine we will. Imagine we'll connect back to some capacity. And also, can I point out, so there's nothing. YouTube's whole, the ones that are black are not supposed to be black. YouTube, context matters. I get it. You're like so heavy with your censorship, but we're talking about pipes. Okay, 9.
Let God sort it out.
Stuff like this is something I have to figure out too, is like, okay, so I went through here once and this door didn't open, so when do we trigger that? Like, what is it I'm stepping on that triggers that? How does it trigger that? Probably not as complicated as I'm thinking it is. Hey, 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 I got a new gun. I got a new gun. Let's save. Hey, wait, is there a broken pipe somewhere I can drink out of? Back there, though. I don't think I can do I'll save, but I'm afraid I'm going to get struck by lightning any moment. Or do that. Okay. We are free. Oh, and this shut off the power, so now I can go through the force fields. I'll save this because I do want to see what's in here. Oh, a secret. Okay, so this is a secret. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm gonna throw this here. Do got a portable med kit. Do we want to use that? No. Knowing my luck, there's gonna be a med kit right here. Or a fountain. That's fire. I was just thinking if it was like fountain, like water I could hold instead of doing this, where I have to press E 1,000 times. The weird quirk for Duke Nukem's fountains is you have to tap E to heal, where like a fire hydrant or break a urinal, things like that. If you drink from that water, you can just hold them. But since I have the medkit, should I use it? Sure. I'm going to use the free health instead. I'm like one of those people that hoard special weapons and items, like Master Balls and Pokemon. You give me like the RPG in Resident Evil, I always save it because I'm like, oh, I'll need it later, and then I beat the game and then never end up using it. I'm that guy. You're right. I could also do that. Do that as well. I like how it just implies Duke is just put it in the form of an object you have to use. He's going to use it the way it was intended. Little sips at a time. Okay. I'll get to 100. I don't know. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, I'm gonna have to do that again. I'm gonna have to do that again. Five, 6. Game saved. Welcome. So I can't open that yet. I wonder if there's anything I'm supposed to... see here that could trigger me getting in there. I'm assuming I'll just go in there through somewhere else, I guess. Where are we? Hey, we're back here. I think. It's back here? Yeah. Okay, so now we're here. Let's go in the water like we wanted. Oh, I just realized this has a little window there. That's a nice touch. A little nice touch. Again, really living up to the name. Boxes and doors. We're getting such a wide variety of both boxes and doors. Now that I blew that up, where am I going? Where am I going? There's a few areas I have not gone yet. I'm not asking for anybody to spoil it for me. But let's look around here so I can drink out of this. See, seeing that makes me think maybe I can... There, so let's go back here. Back here. Let's see what else I can see here. Because this went through here. So I didn't get to go in that room. This goes nowhere. Unless I have to close this first. Is that how that works? No. It's not. Go back in here. Almost got caught in the fan again. Oh! Okay, so I could go through here. That's how he breaks... Hey. I don't know when this happened, but... that's how he... boosts his immune system. Hey guys, how's everyone doing? This is my favorite track from the Duke 3D soundtrack. Is it? What level is this from? The original Duke. Anybody know? Love that. Just making sure there's nothing else in here that I'm missing. Can't fit in here, right? It's safe in here, right? Lunar Reactor used to be my favorite too. X Plasma over time. Love these little tendril sprites too, actually. These are a nice little addition. Plasma. That ambience on dark side level is incredible. Also, hi all. Welcome. Welcome only with butts. Look at this big room. So I'm assuming what maybe I'm wrong. What you could be implying is some of these rooms we're looking at are stuff we'll see in the future level, but we can't access them here. Which I'm okay with. Tick.
Yeah, piece of cake.
Oh, this is what I was talking about. Stuff like that. So this one's actually a lot better because it's got a see-through part there. How did you make it the throbbing things, Daniel? Circular sectors rising and falling. So smoothing it. It's very smooth. Can I get back in here? Okay. I'm tempted to not... I just want to go here first. fault. Okay. Let's go back in here. Let me just look. See what's... Where this is taking me. Give me one second, actually. I was trying to play fetch, but I thought she was locked in closet or something. Yeah, very, very, very well used. I've really liked the addition to the alien scenery you added in the art. I love this stuff too. Like so far we're not going into it, but actually, like, I just love how it doesn't look super chunky, right? Like, it actually looks very, very natural forming. I don't know what it picked up. What did I get here? Ammo for RPG? SC-29's name is curious. Float. They say this is due to its link with water, but it is one of the few things that will use floating point numbers, so I towards that. I accept both. Oh, there's another one. Is this open? Okay. This is closed. It's closed, guys. Okay, let's save just in case. That's cool. Okay, let's go in here. We got a box so we can get out. What a great fan. I love how it... Just the nature of how the engine works. It does look like they're getting sucked up inside of it. Especially with this debris you've added. Floating around. Really nice touch. Is there anything down there? No. I thought she was stuck in the closet. Yeah, she was running around with her toy. No, her toy. Ooh. You never saw me coming. There's something on that? Here. No. Anything in here? I hear a gooey boy squirming around somewhere. Maybe I have to go through these windows? That looks like what I was supposed to do. Okay, that opened that. Know what that does? Card is just a rotating sector, right? When you... That is a rotating sector versus like doing a subway cart? Is that what I mean? It does look like I could get in here, though. It looks like I could get in here. I was thinking you would have done a subway card, but I guess a rotating. I didn't find the track system too complicated when I did it. Granted, I've only made it go in a straight line. Okay, how do I get back to where I was? Where did I come from? Why am I here? Was it up here? Where was I? Like, I know where I have to go, but I don't remember how I got here. How did I get? I was up. Something up. Came in. I thought it was maybe, wasn't it this door? But it's broken. So how do I get into the next area? Gotta be somewhere through here, maybe. Oh. I pressed E and it wasn't doing anything. But I must not have been close enough when I ran by it earlier. Nope, nope. Wasn't documented, nor was it used in the retail levels. In fact, even bowels of the earth used a rotating sector and a massive curved track. I don't remember blood like as in depth. Like I definitely remember there being like a roller coaster. Is that the bowels of the earth? Is that I'm thinking of something different. Like, to be fair, that the track system both seem to work fine. So I guess at the subway you don't have to just rely on going in a straight circle though. Interesting. So I can open that. Now can I get, when do I get in here, I wonder? I'm assuming it's when I go under here. This will lead somewhere. jump over here? Nope. Okay. Is there an invisible wall there that am I just not jumping high enough? There was a ghost train or something from what I remember. Played through Blood a couple of years ago, and I did have a good time with it. It took me a while to get used to it, though, especially with the way I was throwing. And though, to be fair, I did play Fresh Supply, which I believe people still have issues with, though. I don't know what the best way. Maybe you guys know. Like, what is the best way to play Blood at this point? Obviously, the most accessible, I think, is probably just Fresh Supply. Have a great weekend. Music Monster, enjoy your vacation. In America. Not in America, but... Well, technically I am, I guess. Welcome. Please pay a 500% tariff for visiting. And Blood? Because there's... I have to play through still... I played the first maybe level or two of... Azrael, his Marrow, and so I want to play through that. I was going to play through to is it Death Wish? Is that the one that is currently he's redoing it from what I know? Like he's updating it and redoing it. So I was going to originally play that, not this weekend, but like just in general. I was thinking about playing it, but I'm going to hold off on that until he's done the redo. I don't know how far along he is because I know nothing about the original. But I do know Marrow, the first episode's done. Did he finish the second episode or did he say he's halfway done? I did play Cryptic Passage. I did do that. Yeah, so I did play, when I did Blood finally, I played through all the original episodes plus Cryptic Passage. And for the most part, I had a great time through most of it, but I love that horror aesthetic, so that was really fun. Definitely like an invisible wall going on here. Unless it's just at height, like just at height, because I'm doing some pretty fantastic jumps here. So anyways, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to go this way. Is this a waste of ammo? Sure. Kind of wish I could save some of those pipe bombs that I had earlier. Where are we? Where am I? Okay, so this is over here. There's access to this water fountain here. I don't want to fall down there. I don't want to fall down there. Where was this? Okay. Okay, I know where I am. Get a little sippy sip here. Death Wish 2.0 will still take a while. I highly recommend to play the current version. I guess you're right. It would be kind of interesting too if I played through the original version. See, because some of those levels look dramatically different from the screenshots I see. That's what, like, I'm a huge fan of how, if we're talking about like the holy trinity of build engine, where you have Shadow Warrior, Blood, and Duke. I'd lump Ion Fury in there for sci-fi, like more straight sci-fi, because I feel like this is more grounded action than you have horror for Blood. You obviously have your like ninja, but it's also got some sci-fi on it, like some supernatural elements, Shadow Warrior, but like they all vibe-wise feel very different. And I like that. And I would like more of all of them. And thankfully, it turns out there is more of all of them. So at least one of the more shocking things I found was how much user content actually existed for Shadow Warrior, because that's something I don't feel like I ever heard of. But at least when I was looking through Build Launcher, there's TCs and full episodes. I don't know about the quality, but hey, cool to know that there's still more stuff out there. So if you enjoyed that aesthetic, you can get more. You get the music add-on for it if you do. For Death Wish, the music add-on. You recall somebody mentioning that there's new music made for it. I will say playing through the original Blood 2 is a little confusing because I started playing it and I think it was playing through the CD audio, and there's like one track I think in the Carnival level that just gets so obnoxious if you do the CD. The CD audio compared to the original tracks. Okay, so let's go get any more ammo. We're like right here. So let's go get some more health, and then we'll use that atomic health. Okay. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. I was on the right side to begin with. There's some tracks I was okay with actually as the CD version, but yeah, there's some that were. Oh, I'm almost out of ammo here. I'll save here because I literally don't remember the last time I saved, and I'd rather have to inch my way forward. Okay, so we're just gonna have a little sip while I catch up with you guys here. How's it really good? ACD music, plus it tended to stall the entire game with a pause screen. I don't like C audio for Blood. These are better. The MIDIs are just right. Comes in both versions, so if you pick your favorite. They just feel so wildly different. Like they're not even the same song. I felt like when I was playing through. But yeah, in terms of unofficial build content, a lot of Shadow Warrior stuff I'd like to play. There's a bunch of Blood stuff that I'd love to play through. I'd be okay if we're talking about non-user content too, just replaying through Shadow Warrior. I played through the first couple levels a couple weeks ago just to check it out visually. I was like, man, I really like some of the looks of it. Whether or not it's going to hold up. And at the time, I was also watching High Treason's. I think I was watching the Wonton Destruction one at the time. Either that or the Twin Dragons, and I barely remember those as well. I don't actually know if I've ever listened to the Shadow Warrior music soundtrack, like CD soundtrack, other than MIDI. I'm assuming somebody must have fixed it in like a patch. Oh my god, I was getting health here. You know, I've never gone in this water yet either, and maybe I should do that. And sometimes for anybody who is rather new to the channel, like, oh man, it takes such a sweet ass time. I do. When I'm playing these, I am definitely looking for inspiration for my own build experience that I'm going through. I definitely like to look at how things are constructed. But I'm very much an explorer type of person when I play. Oh, nice. So I definitely always want to see if I can find all the nooks and crannies. I'm still going through it. I forget what level I go on. every once in a while, I'll pull them up while I'm on like a hike and I'll watch it. I'm one of those people that I decided to start like walking and hiking during COVID because there's like nothing to do, and it was a way to be healthy in a way. And so all the stuff that I usually would watch on YouTube, like the junk stuff where I don't need to focus on the visual too much, I'd watch. Not saying things are junk. It's but like stuff that I think is passive, I would make sure I would always watch while I'm walking around, so I can kind of get two things done at once. So I got a few to go through there. I'm not doing good with ammo here. I remember, I think it was maybe the first Boxes and Doors, the one that ends in a battle or in this big room. I ran out of ammo because I blew up all these things in advance, and I think you're supposed to use all these explosives to really help damage all the enemies that were spawning in, and I didn't do that. You messed up the audio so bad. What a shame, because otherwise the new levels by original devs were fantastic. How that one mapper ruined the vibe for Twin Dragon. What do you mean? What happened in the Twin Dragon? That's the one I don't think I've watched the entirety of, and that's the episode I think I've played. Actually, well, maybe Deadly Kiss, because I've only played through that a couple of times. It's like, oh, that one. There was a total conversion we played a while ago. Which one was it? And I just, it was an older one. Maybe it was The Gate. And I couldn't, the first level I just thought was horrible. Helps in my maps to destroy suspicious barrels. Oh, so I'm so used to stuff being in just trash cans. Keep forgetting you can assign that to anything. Never mind, I'm fine now. Unlock the secret to your map. Wait, am I supposed to shoot something here? No, okay. What is this doing? Oh, that opened the butthole. Let's... Is there anything else I haven't looked at over here? You know, I don't think I can do anything here. Can't do anything here. I think I can blow up over there. Though, now that we know about the barrels, do I want to go back and find some? So I can have a little bit of extra ammo. I don't know if there's any just close by, but let's look. You know what? No. I think I'm going to loop back around anyways. There's going to be some connective tissue here, and I think that's probably going to be a better idea. Like I blew through all my health almost twice the same way. I do like that you are using the bubbles to tell people where you can dive down. I missed one of the secrets, I think, in one of the first, maybe the first or second one, I'm pretty sure, for your maps. Because I wasn't paying attention to that, because it was something I wasn't really as trained to at the time. Hey, we're in here. Okay, that opens up that. Oh, that's where we're supposed to be going. I was wondering where I was supposed to be going. So there's something I just want to see here, because like, I know you mentioned some stuff we're gonna go through, eventually. So I'm assuming this was what this was. I just assumed for some reason I was going to use this blue door to do something. So I don't know if this is technically spoiling me for the future release or not. But I'm not gonna go too far. But out of curiosity, if I did do show map, I just want to look at some of this. I want to look at some of this scenery. I don't want to look at necessarily the areas for the future map, but I am curious for just looking at this. So I really liked how this was constructed. Very natural. I really liked it. But yeah, no big battle. All around. Another solid map. I love that one. So far, like, I've loved all the boxes and doors. They're great. You can look at anything you want. It's fine. Oh. Told me it could. So I'm going to. Let us look around, folks. Let us look around. Wanted to look up here. Oh, look at that. Let's get some extra good. Oh yeah, and this connects back here. Nice little generator. And this was this area. I don't think there's that much I can go to. Those overlapping slide doors, though it seems Bob might have had them before. Wait a minute, what do I think? This. That's it. That's all she wrote. That wasn't so much. Like, to be fair, there wasn't a ton of stuff that I felt like I couldn't get to. So there you go, everybody. That was Box and Door. That was great. And when you download the map too, you do get the Box and Doors 1 and 2 is included. Map link. It's pretty solid. Already working on 4. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna grab a brief little snack here. I'm going to grab a brief little snack here. By snack, I mean also go to the bathroom, grab refreshment, and then I'll be back and we'll do some level editing now. For a couple hours before I got to go, so I can get some progress in. So give me like 5 minutes here, and I'll be right back. Or will I? Will I? On this screen. There it is. There. buddy. Come back. Hasn't gone long. Alright, let's get along. Alrighty then, let me get situated here. Flip over to our Duke. And open our project we're working on here. Gotta do some cleaning up of all my files though. So for now, what we're gonna do is just grab this guy, paste this here. And that's my temporary turret for now. I might go back to this weirdly extreme version of the project I'm working on here, but I think I'm going to save this for later on. So we'll flesh out more of the design area, because in like texturing and all that. And then I'll go back and visit. Well, that's blocking me from shooting it, because that's not necessarily working as much as I wanted to. Change that to just like a stick of some kind. Just temporary. You can always change the design later. I think the turret is okay. So no. I've learned that I cannot. Well, actually, I don't know that. I don't know if I put a automatic shooter on a rotating sector, if that would shoot. So I'm not sure about that. I know I can't do a rotating sector in a teleporter and have that modify where it's shooting. But if I put the shooter itself on a rotating sector, would that work? Maybe. That might propose a different problem I have, which is how would I make the shooter stop when you blow up the machine? That'd be a new problem. But we can always explore that after. That's a good question. The teleporting thing seems pretty solid but the problem is, so the reason I want it, let me open up the emulator first, just so I have this ready. I did think about doing that as well. I even thought about combining multiple turrets to kind of make like a jumbo turret of sorts. So there's stuff we could still do. Like it's even just having the basic turret isn't aggravating. I just wish I thought the turret was one of those sprites I could modify and make bigger. Maybe it's because I'm so used to seeing big turrets on like CK3D's maps, so I just assume you can do that for everything else. All right, so here is where we are at right now. We are in this area here. And again, a lot of this is going to be the same design work, so I think we're pretty good in terms of what we're going to do here. So we're going to use this texture. This texture. And I'll use some textures on the side here. I don't know. Arc. My gun, please. Let's crank it up to the biggest grid size. I think it's always a good idea. Start at a at the highest grid size. And then work your way down. Go. Slap there, slap that there, slap it everywhere. We're gonna slap this in. Put that there for now. Just thinking, because in this we have like waist high water. How do we want to do that? Because we could do a drawer layer, I guess. I don't know if I... Here, I just... What happens if I make this water? And then I take one of these... I'm gonna move this over here. What is this? 99328. So wrong. Two, 8. This one. Um. Maybe. Maybe. Because I could do chore if I want it to be see-through. There's like a sector for sector water technique I can kind of... I might be able to do. I don't know how it would work with this slant. Again, this is one of those things that I wouldn't want to intentionally design a level where this would be a chore area because it would be a waste. It's just a waste, right? It's an over-the-top solution for such a nonsense area. But because I'm recreating something specific, it kind of feels like it's more acceptable, in my opinion. Like I'd probably make this not like just a flat surface and you'd be able to go to water, not see underneath it. But I do want you to see underneath it. And I do want you to be able to swim over it. So, what do we... I don't know if I want it to be... Unless I do the sector to make it feel like you're floating. Well, I mean, like, it makes sense in this scenario, but would I design, like, if I was designing an original level, I'd probably design around that because it's a little too much. It's kind of weird in my design philosophy here. Like, I would just design this entire room differently, I feel. Because you get a performance loss. Not that I think it matters in the map like this, but I don't really want you to go under the water here. Like, it's not like I really want Duke to drop. But I don't have any way of... It would be cool if there's a way you could enable a sector so Duke was walk only. Because if you hit the sector and you were walk only, I think I would get the same effect I'm after, which is slowing him down. Where if I can't slow him down, I'm like, okay, well, let's let him at least swim in the water a little bit. And maybe that's part of the issue, is maybe this is too tall here. So if we went back to where this was. I don't know why I did it like this. I want to raise this. So let's raise this. Maybe by that. Let's just try that. I'm going to put water here. I just want to see what happens. But then what I'm going to do is... This should still 99328, 99328. Okay, so this is fine, but I'm going to turn blocking off. See, he sinks a little too much in my opinion. This is the silly stuff that I spent way too much time in. Like, really, I want him to be kind of like... you know what? We're gonna fight this. We're gonna keep fighting this. Well, this, I feel like I probably could. Because I could just, it's just this one section here I'd have to redo, and I'd have to do connective tissue. Because even in a chore situation, what I was thinking about is I'd block this off. I know the original map technically doesn't have it, but I would have like a little strip here of so let's try that actually. I've never built this parallax effect. Parallax water do info suite. I was reading it, like I skimmed through the article about it on info suite this morning. So let's build a test room here. Like, well, look, we already got one of those. This is our little fun room where we're testing out ideas. Texture the largest grid size. Create a sector 4 grid squares by 4 grid squares. Like, I guess that doesn't matter because I'm S tier. Okay. Stay on the largest grid size and create another sector inside that. Make the sector 2 squares by 2. Make a border sector at the edge of the room and parallax it. Then make an island sector inside it at the height you want the water. On top, okay. Alt has to turn it into valid player space, switch to the smallest grid size, and move each vertex of the inner sector by 1 square. Okay. In your bed. So we're gonna follow the info suite. Pretty much what High Treason's in chat here. I imagine. I just want to see the step-by-step instructions. For anyone curious, like what I'm following along, this is the guide I'm following. So however you want, parallax all 3 sectors. Thin as possible. Okay. Texture the outer sectors however you want. So, okay, let's just say in this example, we'll base it on the room we're designing. That matters, but I just kind of want to visually see how this looks before I start going crazy with it. Oh. One, two. Okay. Put this there. I'm pretty sure that's not the texture I want to use, but okay, that seems okay. Let's see. Texture the outer sector we want. Parallax all 3 sectors ceilings. Only the 2 inner sectors floor. Press down until you can no longer see it. Hold the left mouse on the inner sector's floor. On the thin inner sector's floor, hold down till Okay. I think I'm starting to understand what's happening now. Not saying I'm done yet or doing it right, but switch to grid size 2. Please switch. God, stupid turret. Okay. Alright, so the only downside is so I'd have to put sprites as the floor. Is that what I'd have to do? Into the plaque, you should still draw. Change the secnum. Yeah, okay, so secnum's fine. I don't mind doing that if I have to. Okay. So, conceptually, I understand. Um.
What are you waiting for?
Now,
Christmas?
the question is, how do we want to do this? What does this look like? I never care if it looks weird in 2D mode, but... I'm gonna slant this.
What are you waiting for? Christmas? Come on.
Oh my god.
Come on.
So, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to see, like, what I want to slant this. Right? Because it's a little bit slanted here. So, do you think I would just do this middle section? Because that's when Duke would get maybe deep enough. Could swim around, or would I want to do the
What are you
whole
waiting
thing?
for? Christmas?
If I did the whole thing, I don't... Could I don't think I could do slopes this way, right?
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
Let's just try it. Just play around. They do have sloping
What are you
sprites, but
waiting for? Christmas?
it's the problem is these angled corners aren't going to really work out, right? So I could do... So you're thinking make this whole room
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
okay, so we could do this. Let's play around with it. Okay, so this is this. And line big sprites between the water and the floor and make them invisible. Would that not work? The problem is the moment Duke goes on a sprite, even if it's invisible, he doesn't necessarily carry the attributes of the sector itself. So like if I tag this as water, for example, and I were to put a sprite above it, let's just say like 5 or 10 page ups or whatever, he just stands on the sprite. So it doesn't act like he's on water anymore the moment he's on the sprite. So that's the issue. Unless I can make the sprite absorb the water itself. Because I do like the little bobbing motion you get in the water. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I think we'll be able to figure this out. And we'll make this water. Now, I just want to see if I have the right height first. So I just need to raise this a little bit. So I would make this the height of the water. I'm thinking. I don't really know. This is fun. I've never done this before, so I've always been curious about like Billy Boy's stuff. Cool. Yeah. 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 Now I'm gonna have to use a lot of sprites to cover this shit up, but interestingly, it's cool. Okay. Okay. So that is great. I'm great. Let's give it a test. Let's do... Three, 1, 2, 2. This is the middle. How long is this? How long is this? Insert. I think my spacing's off here, yeah. Spacing's a little off. A little bit better. I feel like I might have to fix it a little bit more too, but oh well. Okay. Let's do this for now, I guess. Let's move this out. This out. $224. $224. Okay. Nice. What are you doing there? Okay. Now, let's see how we would do this thing. So first I want to get this. Hope if I don't move the edge, I want to get the slant angle correct. So first we'll rotate this. See here. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. Let's compare it to the big grid. It's pretty close. Now that's exactly the size of a big grid. Okay, that's as best as I can do for lining up. Insert this, put this right here. Actually, duplicate both of these. Put them over here. 2560. Oh, wait. 107502. 0 7 107502. What did I say? Write it down. I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna need this 100 times. 107 7. That's fine. Zero, 7, 0, 2. Two. Not hating it. I am not hating this. Still think we're going to have some issues with these corners. Maybe not, though. So if I took these and I inserted those and I moved them over here and then I shift these, rotate those. Oh, here. I do 1075. Be great if I could mass move things. Or, sorry, like mass adjust, like the heights and stuff. like highlight a whole group of sectors, I could be like F8 to edit and edit all. Didn't think that would work. I was hoping that this would create a corner because they would overlap, but they're just overriding each other. So this is where things get a little messy, I think. I'd have to do 2 diagonal pieces to make this work. But overall, so far it's like working a lot better than I anticipated. Maybe there's gonna run into some actual issues once I start modifying some more stuff here, but so what could I use? That's a corner. I need a diagonal. And then it still might not work. That's kind of diagonal, but I got that stick bit. I don't know. I'm gonna have to. No, that's not gonna work. To be honest, off the top of my head, I don't think any of these sprites are gonna work for this cornering. Which, okay. Maybe I'll have to do a slight modification to the level geometry, so it won't be 100% accurate at that point, but... Let's see. Let's see what I can get. See, I need a half. I need a I need a half triangle. I need a half triangle. Right angle. Triangle. I need. any triangle texture. Could PAL for it. Turn that texture to custom artwork and cut half of it away. That would work. I know you don't want. Yeah, I don't want to do that. You know what it is? I don't want to. I don't want to add too many new things to me. There's so much stuff so far that if I just added custom artwork or like I forget, maybe I think it might have been Music Monster actually. He was going to give me all the sprites from Time to Kill. But even then, I just don't think it would have aesthetically worked. Like it would have looked a little weird. So because I don't want to do custom art, because I don't want to learn how to do custom artwork yet, it is on my like checklist of things I would like to learn one day. And I'm not even saying it's going to be overly complicated or anything like that, but I wanted this to be pretty self-contained, like just use stock assets only as part of the challenge, which is part of my hubris, I guess, because this is way too complicated. It creates some very complicated situations where, yes, if I created custom art, way faster, if I knew how to do it. But this turns into a kind of a puzzle. But for me, so part of the issue I have when I'm learning something is I have a habit of going in deep where I'm like, I'll try to learn everything before I even do anything with it. And if I don't feel like I'm at like super expert level, I just never execute. Partly why I actually ended up starting this channel too, was to force myself not to give up on certain things that I would normally give up on. And stuff like this would be one of it where I'd hit that wall and I'd be like, oh, now I have to learn so much more. Like I have to know how to edit art. I have to learn to add sound effects or else it's not going to be perfect. So I'm intentionally restricting myself in what I'm adding, even if it means more work for me right now. And then the idea was, okay, next time I make a map, maybe I'll consider custom artwork first. Or now I'll start to learn cons. Now I'll start to learn how to add custom sound effects. Because that would be cool, because there are some times where I think there's a lot of versatility in the stock assets, but I could get a little wild if we went custom artwork. Granted, that's also more work too, because I'd have to then make that artwork. But WG, his custom artwork stuff looks great. So I'll do a quick peruse to see if there's anything that would work for this. But like everybody's thinking, I don't think there is. And if there isn't, then we'll snip it. Snip it a little bit. I'm not sure what that would mean. Copy tile region. any region of any other tile, including blank ones. Can copy a region. What if I did? Just give me an idea. That's what I was thinking about. It's like if I make it huge and carve it up. For that octagonal one. I was hoping I would get a harder point on it. Now, so we got this. The problem is now I'm going to have another issue I'm going to run into this if this does work out.
Where'd I go?
I want to use edge right here. That kind of works. I need a more defined. I would do this. But then we have this gap here. I can't get it big enough. You know what? Actually, I wonder if I could do the same idea. I'm gonna try one more thing, and then we're just gonna change the geometry. What we might end up doing. Oh, now it's gone. Delete this one. Let me try one last thing. So in the middle here, let's see if I can just do a corner piece. So I'll lower this. And we might be able to call it a day. I don't think I'll be able to get a smooth. So kind of like this. It's not obviously right, but it's could be good enough. And if I change this actually into like maybe a corner, something different, maybe it'll look a little more acceptable. Actually, what was that octagonal sprite? This might actually work better in this situation. Is that we're gonna go back to that? Why do I do this to myself, you wonder? You know, how does this bend? No, it's not bending the way I want. I think we do. I think we might. I think we might need a triangular sprite. Let's use a triangular sprite, see how that looks. We angle it. What's a good one to use, you think? I don't think that made much of a difference, to be honest. Let me do this. Because it's still going too much. It's still going pretty high up that wall. Let me look at one more thing. One more thing. Still not that. Yeah, this might be actually better. Because it doesn't seem to ride up so much. I don't know if I'll... Nope. Well, that's the thing is, like, I don't really need the sprites on the... That's what I was thinking, is we just do... I haven't edited that. I have an idea. So we cut the corner, so that'll give me a little bit more play area. Then if I use like a triangle spray, that'll fit a lot better. Or even if I use one of these, I don't know why I did that, and then put that there instead. There we go. There's my compromise. So it's a slight modification of the geometry. So this room's normally more square, but we still get the sloped corners that we want. Because I did say if we're not one-to-one accurate, we're trying to get the vibe, the feel. So let's just do that. I don't think this is going to be a problem. Maybe it will be. Don't worry about the textures disappearing when it's out of sector, but you know, there we go. Good enough. Good enough. Someone's gonna judge me. Someone's gonna play this one day and be like, what the fuck? So we'll get rid of that. And there's some water issues, but in general. All right. Now, this is where I would love to be able to just copy and paste, but it's not matching the height of these guys when I do that. And then if I were just to slide these guys over. Which is kind of frustrating, but it's like, because now I have to do this every single time. But oh well, you know, what are we gonna do? Oh, these ones are fine. Oh, it must have been because I dragged them out of the sector, maybe. Oh, these ones are not. Zero 7 0 2. Zero 7 5 0 2. Zero 7 5 0 2. This guy, let's delete him. Big grid. Okay, so we're gonna insert here, insert here, delete, delete. Insert here. Insert here. Delete, delete. Delete. Now, what do I got this one at? What is this at? One zero two 102 656. It's 5 6. Could. Don't tempt me. There's a pass that I might do another pass on stuff at the very end to fix up some stuff I'm picking on. But for now, let's see. Okay, so this one is gonna be 0 6 5 6. One 0 7 5 0 2. And a negative on that one. So, 2. So 5 0 2. Boy, imagine if I did this for the entire map. Like originally I wanted the water level so Duke could swim in it, and or at least have that bob effect. So when High Treason recommended this idea, I don't know. But if I did it, oh my lord, I would have. Because there's so many areas that had little pools of water. But I will say, so far I'm using like every kind of way to do these kinds of water. I have a chore water, I have this water. I think I might have some traditional I have a sector over just like regular teleportation. I don't think I have that yet. And it gets more. There's a whole room where we're gonna have to do raising water. I have no idea how I'm gonna do that yet. I know you can, just because I've seen, I think it was WG do a tutorial on like raising chore water for clearness. But I also don't remember if it raises in different levels, like 1 and 2, and I don't know if that's going to cause some issues. There's so many things I'm kind of concerned with now, where I'm like, will I be able to do that? I forgot about the whole back section of this level, like how it plays out. So I forgot about this whole water raising section. But maybe that part's not going to be as hard. Maybe it just seems hard, me thinking about it, but in practice, might not be the worst thing. Zero, 2, 6, 5, 6. Okay. Here we go. Here it is so far. I have to still put the floor in, which I think I might use this. I think it's sure. And then we have to figure out what we're gonna do here. I don't remember how this is connected. Back end. So let's do the floor now. I'm just going to make this as big as possible first, because I just want to see how much we can kind of fill up here. So, quite filling up the area. Let's rotate this. I want to do this. Let's do 64 by 64. Let's start there. 64. Let's reset that. That's probably gonna help. Okay, so let's double 64, which is what, 128? 128. 28. That might be it. No. So for the time being, I'm actually going to delete the water. Just because it's going to make this placement a lot easier. Add the water back in at the very end. Oops. Just gonna make sure I didn't copy that function. So I just don't need this back row because we still have to do our connected floor. There we go. So let's. That connects. Slope is 1536. Okay, so that's the same slope level. Yep. Okay. Maybe. I don't know. One 4704704. Zero 04. Okay. This looks. One 536 6 109535. One 109535. Alrighty. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Now, no downside is this whole thing is curved. Oops. What? Deal. Okay, so we'll do that for now. I think that should be good because I'm gonna have to do some stuff afterwards, but I just want to make sure this room's okay first. So let's give it a test. Give it a test. I think it's good. Because we got some new problems with how this ceiling's gonna work. All in all, it's working. We got a little bit of a balancing act here.
Come on.
Interesting. Something else is happening here.
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
P?
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
Yeah, let's keep it this size. So this was a little too high here. So what we did is shrunk that down. So we're gonna have to do another something here. I'm thinking about doing. We'll do the rushing water. Right, it was I think it was more time consuming than difficult. Actually, like the understanding the process was okay here. It was more intimidating maybe because it's new for me. I think what we'll do is we'll shrink this water. No, I don't know. I'm gonna like this as much. I think I actually have to use two. I'm trying not to, but I think I have to do one that's like a transitioner. There we go. Well, that's wrong. What the hell? What's happened there? Why is that happening? What's happening there? There we go. Got some blocking on it though. I want blocking on this. Blocking off. It's kind of weird that Duke falls, like, right here. I feel like he's that low. Oh well, not a big deal. So... now this is curved. How is it? How is it in the actual game? So we go in here. It's curved up until the edges. Ugh. I have to break it up some more, maybe.
Come on.
How's our sprites doing? Oh, fine. Yeah, we're 2,363. Now that, of course, you have to take into account spawn sprites, but I don't think we're gonna have a lot of stuff because, like, even this, if we don't end up doing this, that's gonna save us a ton. We still got the back half to go. So now, here's where, now that we built this, how much can we control?
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
So I'm going to save right here, just in case. But what if we cut this in half now? What happens then? Does this break the illusion?
What are you waiting for? Christmas? What are you waiting for? Christmas?
So what I mean by that is, so in the actual game, this room is slanted. So it's, this room kind of conforms to this tunnel shape, which means I'd have to cut this down the middle. And I don't know if that is going to then ruin the illusion. Like if that's gonna break this weird effect that we just spent all this time developing. Because the example they gave to make this work is, it seems like it's got to be a relatively simple sector, like nothing breaking it up. But maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. So let's start cutting things up, but this is okay, so this is the one that's actually busted. This is busted. This is... Now I want to know if I were to take this... and connect that with this... Does it break the illusion? Uh-oh, some funky... Oh, no, so far we're good. Okay. Alright, alright. Oh my god, we did it. Oh my god, we did it. I think, maybe. Let's see if it broke it. Nope, still got it. Alrighty. So I still need to do another pass on the water because I can definitely see some of the water stuff is not working, but it's acting like water. That's kind of what I wanted this to. I wanted this to make the water sound effect. That's why we were originally trying to think of be doing what we're doing here in these little hallways. But all in all, and now there's still some stuff we have to do here. There's a box we have to put. Now I think that box is all the boxes in Time to Kill you can blow up. Now, do we do that in ours? Do we maybe have some not destructible, some actual destructible? But then I feel like you need to have a visual indicator between what can be destroyed and what can't, just in case. Because otherwise, in my opinion, it's always a bad habit if you have like two identical objects and one can be exploded, one cannot. It's a confusing thing for the player. We'll still have to do like lighting in here too, but I think we'll just keep this pretty basic. Just because obviously it's a big room. So maybe have some stuff here. Let's see how this connects up. And you can see in the Time to Kill, this little mini version here underneath my webcam, that the lighting some kind of just comes from nowhere in the PS1 game. That's just like a way, the way she goes, boys. And that's kind of annoying, but well. We'll definitely do another water pass here to fix up some water stuff. Maybe some edge cases. But all in all, that works out well. For now, I'm just gonna connect this here, so I can first. Oh. See, we don't want this like this, so cut that. That. Cool. There we go. Things are looking up. Things are looking up and up. So I guess, you know what? We'll maintain the same shading here. So we'll do 12, 12, 12. Just to bring that in line. This we'll use 6, 6 maybe. Use 3 on the walls. And the rest I'll probably leave. Probably good enough. But if I put lights in here, I think that's why I probably shot with it. Oh, something's wrong. Something broke. Yeah, because one of the big things I think I'll have to do on the final pass is see how, depending on how many sprites we have left at the end of everything, which is why I'm making all these water sprites relatively big right now, because I kind of don't know how much stuff we're going to need, but I have a feeling just because of this sprite calling that we're having here, it's like disappearing some, like right there, actually, that's good. Is if we shrink them, that'll limit how much gets called. I think, in my mind. But obviously it'll use up more resources, so I'm going to use that as like a last resort. So at the very end, I'm going to see how much more water I can to limit that. But temporarily. There we go. There we go. This section is kind of done. Though I will put some lights in. Put some of these. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is it. And here. I do this. This always ends up being faster. All right, I think that might be it for today because I got to start getting ready for a little adventure. I want to make sure I can add some chapter links here. I think this went pretty well. I've never done this before. This sector over, what is it, like sector split? I don't know what you would call this. What does the info suite call it? Give it a name at all? Just transparent water. Just transparent water, not using Tror. Magical Parallax, which is cool. Again, I love the flexibility of the build engine, especially when you start to learn how to break it and abuse it. We're using it to create more realistic environments, or but the potential of doing more experimental stuff is there, like with memories and all that stuff. That stuff is what interests me a ton. Or like liminal space stuff and portals teleporting you in weird places and just playing with the tricks of the engine. Is that very Dukey? Technically, I guess you could say, but when we start take it out of a Duke context. How like standard Duke Nukem levels play, like from the original game. Just playing with the engine as a fun little experiment. Right. That's another big area done. This was one of the more intimidating areas for me when I was originally designing. Think about this level. Is once I saw this waist high water, I was like, how are we gonna do that? Because the way we had this designed, it was just going to be nothing. Again, I have this. So the next, I think, technically there's one big area we still haven't really finished, which is this one. There's some stuff here. We haven't done any of the lighting here. I have to do another pass. I've been kind of putting it off. But we did do this room, and that took a lot of work. The lighting and everything. So I think things will be a little smoother now. The big area that I mentioned earlier that I'm kind of intimidated with is this. So in this room here, in Time to Kill, there's like a valve here, and you have to interact with the valve, which will then raise the water level, and I think you have to do it again somewhere else, and then it raises even higher to get up here. So you're kind of using it as a elevator, but otherwise you kind of get stuck down here and you have to climb up this ladder. So I'm worried once we get to this room, everything's going to fall apart. I'm going to have no idea how I'm going to do this. it's going to be like that machine I'm trying to build for the machine gun. Instead of just using the standard sector. Sorry, the standard sentry gun, where it's just going to not work. I'm going to start to feel like, you know, hopefully this doesn't kill me once I get to this room. But I'm assuming, maybe this is a little bit naive of me, I'm assuming it is possible. Because there is somebody else who has already remade this map in Duke Nukem 3D. The only difference is, I'm pretty sure their map was designed specifically for Duke Plus, which I've never played with, but it also has a whole bunch of features that the original map doesn't have. So I'm just hopeful that I'll be able to figure it out. And I still have some stuff back here I haven't finished, like mechanical stuff. Like I still have to finish these switches and everything, but we're getting there. We're getting there. This is taking me a while to do. Again, the next time we make a map that is not this, once this is finished, because essentially I'm pretty sure this is at this point just going to be my first map that I'll release at least. Is once we get this done, I'm gonna probably intentionally really start thinking about the design process and aesthetic process. I mentioned I'm going to simplify the lighting a lot too. I'm going to probably do like a one shade, very stylistic lighting in the next map. And I'll probably design it more in line with the engine's strengths. But again, this did start as just a joke, in a way. A sick joke where we thought it would be relatively easy to do, and in my brain I was like, yeah, sure, there's enough stock assets in the original game that I could probably do this without doing custom art or anything. And I wasn't wrong for the first half. The first half actually went by pretty smooth. Like this city area we got down pretty well. But then once we got into this section, I just completely forgot how much of this existed, and I thought this would be a lot easier. It's not difficult. It's just very time consuming to try to get it as close to the original as we can get. But oh well. That's it for this week. We're getting there. We're getting there. Another room checked off here, minus the obviously like enemy placement. We have some sentries and some prop stuff we have to build, like boxes. And now we're gonna go into the next area. It's not all wasted because we did learn a lot of stuff like building this stuff too. So I'm not disappointed in this at all. How will you do the destructible boxes? It's quite to get the sprite limit, I would say. So the destructible, I guess before I go, the destructible boxes, I would just do I said I was done, but I'm not, because I'm going to show you what I mean. Destructible boxes, this is how I could do it. I would probably do this. I don't know if I'd like how it visually will look, so I might not do destructible boxes for that reason, or I might limit which ones you can destroy. Is this right here is destructible. So we grouped these sprites together. This sprite here, the top sprites. Maybe there's 4, I think, actually. And this. So we could walk on it, obviously. But if we wanted to go get the pipe bombs, I could shoot.
Down on your knees and bark like a dog.
Hail to the king, baby.
We can do that, and so now you can blow them up. So it's doable. We can group sprites together and have them explode as one unit, and so the more, I think, sprites you add to it, the better the effect might look. But I don't know if it'll look good enough. But we could do it. So that's how we would do it, though. We would do that group sprite technique, group up the sprites for each of the boxes that we want destroyed, so that when you blow up one box, all the parts break. That's how we would do it. There you go. Now that's all. That's finally it. So that was Boxes and Doors 3, everybody. Daniel, thanks for stopping by. Good luck on Boxes and Doors 4. Play that when you're done. But everybody, the download for the map that we played today is in the description below. So if you want to play these maps, go ahead. I also have a link to eDuke32 if you need that as well. So that's also in the description below. If you need to buy Duke Nukem, I do have a link to the DRM free version from the Zoom platform. No, I'm not sponsored or anything. It's just that's the best one in my opinion to get. I do recommend, hey, eventually getting World Tour if you get it on sale, just for that exclusive episode. And next week, what will we play? We're gonna play JC Denton's map next week, is what I think we'll do, because he just released his, and which we linked to earlier. And so we'll play that next week, and then we'll keep working on this map. Next, I think we'll have a lot more done next week in terms of our map that we're working on, because it's a lot of hallways and stuff, which we already know how to build. We've already have the template for it, so it's just duplicating it. There's no figuring out sector over sector stuff or drawer areas or anything complicated like that. So we'll get a lot of that back end stuff and shading done, and the complicated stuff we'll save for like maybe the week after. Maybe, who knows. Have a good weekend, everybody. Like and subscribe if you haven't. Do that too. I'm trying to get 500 subscribers.